Welcome, everyone, to Blood and Iron, Dead Man's Hand. Last we left off, our coterie of kindred went on some personal errands. Shriek went to go check in on Jade Kaufman. Anna went to go and speak with the Thin Blood Madame and figure out what she might know about these Second Inquisition people. Alexandra went to meet with her mentor, Balthasar, and Cain, does what Cain does best. He went to go deal with Fernando, a possible problem in the local area, supposedly picking on Thin Bloods, and decided to make an example of him. But not without causing some adverse reactions in some of those he's meant to be protecting. And so, with day sleep having come upon these kindred, giving them time to reflect on their actions, alone with their own thoughts, unable to move, unable to speak, only to lie and wait. Corpses, alone with their own thoughts. And if they leave their eyes open, staring up at the ceiling for God knows how many hours. But night comes. The sun sets. The moon rises. And our kindred wake for yet another evening of whatever else they might do tonight. So, let's have everybody make rouse checks. The ladies get hungrier, but the gentlemen are not any hungrier tonight. Same as they were last night as they laid down to rest. No extra effort spent, thankfully. So Anna, what is everybody's hunger? All right.
2.
Everybody's in a good space.
1, honey.
Everybody is in a good space, not risking frenzy or any other kind of complication, potentially. We begin with Anna having come to the shop, Alexandra's Haven. Perhaps the gentleman will be joining before too long, but this does offer you, Anna, a moment to speak with Alexandra, as you are possibly the person who rises the earliest out of all of them. You wake as soon as the last bit of sunlight hits the horizon. And so you come to the shop, and you wait. You wait for Alex to rise, which is not too far beyond. But it is darker outside when you see that she comes down from her haven space into the shop.
Good evening, Alex.
Evening, Anna. As she comes downstairs, she has a book open in her hands, which she snaps shut. What can I do for you this evening?
Well, I guess I just wanted to speak for a moment.
Of course. Does it require maybe a private space or?
And she looks over at Alex's staff, the desk clerk. It involves the business, private business. It's not going to be too much concern with them, is it?
Let's just go upstairs anyway.
She will follow her up.
Staff member looks a little bored. Maybe feels a little left out.
Which one is this? At the desk?
One of the part-timers.
Oh, don't look like that. Play around on your phone, you normally do.
Whatever.
Once upstairs, and I just kind of like observe Alex's room again. You see that she's actually someone like maybe even a little appreciative of the esoteric nature of everything. A little fascinated. I guess I wanted to speak with you about how things have been going for you as a primogen. Personally, I feel like I'm stumbling across a boardwalk on water. I'm not very skilled in any of this.
See, I would disagree with you not being very skilled on any of it. You seem to have set yourself on a wonderful path. Or at least from what I can see.
I'm just trying to do what I think everyone expects of me.
That's all you can do.
I think maybe that's probably the thing where I was hoping if I could get some counsel.
Of course.
Thin bloods. What is your opinion on them?
That's a tricky question. Why do you ask?
I've been trying to understand them more. And their role here. Not just in Arlington, but in the Camarilla. The tower. I don't quite know why it is. I mean, I hear that there was a purge to get rid of all of them. But then we still have them. All of Arlington is dedicated to the reclamation of which, not just former anarchs or, I guess, defectors, or in some views or respects, maybe even failures. You see, she kind of gets lost in thought for a moment. But I'm trying to, I guess I'm trying to see why it is that they're held to the same standard, or why they would be held to a different standard. Like, where do we place them?
Thin bloods are anarchs.
Only?
Only? Only thin bloods or only anarchs? Or both?
Thin bloods.
Thin bloods. ST, what does Alex know about the theories and histories surrounding Thin bloods?
Surrounding Thin bloods, that would be. I'm gonna call that an intelligence and occult.
Intelligence occult.
Which I know you're pretty decent at.
And do any of my would my blood magic occult specialty wouldn't come into it?
No, not for this one.
Okay. Ooh.
Okay.
I would like to willpower that.
Okay.
This is my wheelhouse. I don't like not having a good roll on that.
4 is decent.
Ew!
Oh my god.
And 4 is where it will stay.
Oof.
4 is where it will stay. So, you kind of know a bit about the theories about how Thin bloods come about. They're more prevalent now than they had been in the past, according to your studies and according to others that you've spoken to. That in the late 20th century and here early in the 21st century, they've becoming more and more populous, per se, as it becomes evident that the further and further away from the pure bloodedness of Cain, the supposed progenitor of all vampires, that you get, the thinner the blood gets, and the thinnest blood yields a kindred, quote unquote, that isn't quite so vampiric as one might think, where some Thin bloods even can pass so far as to have human vital signs and still be considered amongst the undead. Half in the grave, some might say. But they're also dangerous, as according to some beliefs by the elders, the time of Thin blood is when all hell is supposed to break loose. The end of the world, as kindred know it.
Alex gets to her feet and she makes her way over to the kitchenette where she turns on the kettle and gets it boiling, setting up a couple of cups for tea. Thin bloods. What do you know about the potency of kindred blood, Anna?
I don't really know anything. I didn't realize blood had potency.
It does. You see, the elders, the oldest, the ones closest to Cain, the more pure-blooded kind, are more powerful. Their blood is the thickest, it's the closest to the original. And with every generation of every kindred that becomes, well, kindred, that blood thins out. Just a little bit. Every generation being a little bit weaker than the last. Thin bloods are at a point where that blood has thinned out to a point where they're badly kindred. where they're somewhere between kind and us. And the legends say that during this time, when the Thin Bloods walk around the world, when they become numerous, that the end times happen. If you believe such mythology. Fact is, though, that we don't truly know.
I see. Thin enough that they're, like, kind. And thin enough that they don't feel the same loss of control that we do.
Yes. Though some of them do. Some of them are closer to us, and some of them are closer to kind. Some of them manifest their curses, and others still have a beating heart in their chest.
There's one thing you know for sure, Alex. All of them are dangerous. Because the only way to cure thin-bloodedness is through the amaranth, diablerie.
I'm going to ask you another question, Anne. Do you know what happened? Do you know why we don't? No. Let me rethink. Do you know what diablerie is?
It's something my sire told me about. It's really the one true sin I guess we have is kindred. To drink from another. Entirely.
It's that concept of drinking another's essence, not just their blood. Everything that kindred is. And the only way for a thin blood to become like you or I is to go through the diablerie. To entirely end another person's existence. To consume them down to their very essence. They are, because of this, quite dangerous. Many of them want to become full kindred because of what they experience, if they even know what they are.
So, they're dangerous in that way to other kindreds, and they're dangerous to other kindreds as being messy, potentially being sources of a leak. My question, I think the thing I want to know most from you is if Since we know, or at least theorize, as of now, that thin bloods are being followed, we've spoken with some. We've learned a bit. They're being traced in some way. We bring this to anyone, such as Raphael, the Scourge, the Sheriff. It would mean another purge, more than likely. What would you like to do in that regard? Do you think they're worth saving?
Should it come to She pours 2 cups of tea, hands one to Anna, and takes a seat, holding the other one between her hands, just kind of cradling it there, enjoying the warmth. That is a hard question for me to answer. I believe that even our undead existence is our worst. Every life has value. Even those of the thin blood. Even if they are dangerous to our own kind, to the kind, and to themselves. I would certainly much rather not see another purge happen. What do you think?
You see, while holding the mug in her hands, also staring into the tea, with her hands just clasped like this, fiddling with rings on her fingers. She's quiet for a long moment. I think what I would like is that the ones within the domain now deserve a chance to build themselves. I think what I would like is for there to be value to thin-blooded rather than merely kindred. I think what I would like is to avoid another purge. But idealism is also not reality. Reality.
So the question is then, how is it that we weed out the problem while avoiding a purge?
There is the option to let it slowly die out. Not give it options, but I don't think that's practical.
I agree.
And truthfully, if we want to make the solution quick and simple, then the purge would be in order. But it doesn't resolve the root of the problem. I think if I were in the mind of a hunter, once you find evidence of what you're looking for, you don't stop until you know every last bit of it is gone.
Like an exterminator who sees a cockroach and knows that there are 100 more hidden out of sight.
I think you need to pull a weed by its roots, if you want to grow a garden. So I think ultimately we need to find the source of it. Tonight I think I just found a leaf, a branch, and I'm going to learn more.
Follow it all the way down to its roots.
That's what I hope.
This leak. You think it's a thin blood?
I know it is. But I don't believe at once, at all, that they ever intended for this.
This person, do you know if they've had contact with Gerard? Or Gwen? Or Danny and Monty?
All of them?
All of them. That
But
could
I think
be our source then.
But I think we can use this to our advantage. I think what they're good at, they mentioned they're good at espionage. And if that's the case, then they know how, just as well as anyone, how to lure in and get to more information. Possibly better than all of us.
So you're thinking of using her as bait? Them.
It's funny you say her.
That was a slip up out of character.
I'm going with it. I think I will. And I think she's going to agree with me on this. Because as of right now...
If you need backup, you remember to let us know.
I think I need a front. I need help figuring out the best way to draw eyes. Something so obvious that it would be impossible not to want to look into it.
My first thought would be a mistake.
I didn't
Probably
quite hear.
don't want to. My first thought would be a mistake, but that could be a little bit more risky than we're willing to bargain for.
I think as long as we have the cover of people, there will always be there's always going to be a chance that, we can bargain that it is something mundane. This might this might sound silly, but do you want to start, I guess, a religion? A coven? I mean, you have all these, like, she just, like, goes to around the room, like, look at all this! Look at all this witchy shit!
That's a question. What?
So,
I think I need a little bit more of an explanation for this, because that's come entirely out of the blue.
I mean, it's a good front, right?
A coven.
A coven, religion, I guess a cult. You have it, and you make it about as obvious as you can be. We pull in people for it. We have a location that they meet at. And within that group, we have our bait. Thin blood. All of this is going to draw in our stalkers. But because there are people, it's just mundane enough that no one's going to second guess it. It's just, it's a small town thing.
How about instead of a cult? Oh. Instead of a cult, which would be hugely long term, and oh my goodness, the effort and thought processing that goes into that. Instead of a cult, what about an event instead?
That would work.
I had a thought only the other evening. I know many people in this business, self-proclaimed psychics and people who do readings, those that sell crystals and talismans and all kinds of fun things. What if we were to hold an event here at the shop? Invite those who have been affected by these hunters. Get them all gathered in the one place. Use that as bait. Then we can, I don't know, capture and lock down whoever shows up. Assuming the person that makes themselves so obvious as they did when they had their encounter with Cain.
I'm sure if we have enough eyes on the location, it would work, though that does put your shop as a target.
It does. Puts my shop as a target and it puts me at risk. But I think it's a risk that I'm willing to take. Because the reward that comes out of it, if it's successful, we could have all the information that we need. And if it's not, we still have a honeypot. We still have a place to be targeted.
It's true. Okay.
Before we go ahead with such a thing, though, do you think we should get the other two's input?
I do. I actually needed Shriek's help for tonight.
I think Shriek could have the most to say about it, to be honest. And he would certainly know about drawing people's attention or pushing it away.
It's true.
Don't worry so much, Anna. You're settling into this world. Just fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Alex.
Alex kind of brings her mug up to her face and she just breathes in, smelling it. I miss tea. You know, just being able to sit and drink and just relax with a nice hot cup of tea and a good book.
I understand. I think every night how I wish I could just have a cup of coffee to start everything, but...
Make a cup of coffee anyway. Just to enjoy the smell. To enjoy the warmth of the cup in your hands and just to remember what it was like to be a mortal. What it was like to be human.
I'll need to get a kettle then. I haven't had one since I moved.
Well, it's always good to keep up a front anyway.
I'd have to agree. Nana will hold on to the teacup as well, very much enjoying the warmth. And yeah, that's about all I got to say for the moment.
All right. Well, Shriek and Cain would eventually arrive. Very likely. Unless they had other things to do prior to arriving.
Aside from the normal routine of just checking in, but with his people, but that takes a couple of minutes.
Yep. Nothing of any real consequence going on right now, so. So you are free to be here at the shop.
Can't we just walk up and good morning, Shriek, or good evening?
Oh. Hi. He seems otherwise disinterested. Mostly looking about. Maybe seeming more avoidant than anything else. Presume you end up having to end up talking to the warlock.
Warlock.
Oh, what? Modern times we call them witches now? I thought that was old school.
Sorry, I was confused. No, I haven't talked with anybody tonight. I've been late to rise. For some reason.
Can't imagine why. They're off in the back, chatting it up, sipping the tea. Freak has no idea that that's a legitimate. He's just end up presuming that's very into gossip.
But of course.
Kane will just kind of be deep in thought after everything that happened yesterday. We'll probably find some place on one of the couches just to sit down and wait for everybody. Just staring off into space, thinking.
A very pensive La Sombra.
Oh, that's just adorable. Trying to end up here, relaxing a bit. Eventually, Shriek just gets impatient and goes to the door and gives it a quick couple of knocks. Ladies, big guy wants to talk to you.
With very little delay, Anna would end up being the one opening up. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you two were here already.
I feel like this is a psychologist's office and I'm the doctor. Please, please, come in. Take a seat on the...
Anna will just shuffle aside from the doorway.
And with that, yeah, Shriek looks to Anna. Any updates or anything I need to end up worrying about for tonight?
Would you like to learn something you don't know?
Now you have my attention. Join me for a quick walk, won't you? He'd to end up ruining the place.
All right.
And Anna would join Shriek.
Shriek is getting the hell out of here as quickly as possible.
This is awkward. I need to leave. That energy.
Well, if he waits much longer, bugs will start crawling out of him and into the wall boards.
That's alright. I hear bugs don't like white sage. It's fine.
They'll find an exception, I assure you.
And at some point will miscellaneously at some point you'll like look over to Anna and she's got like a little centipede crawling on her that she just kind of returns to your shoulder like, kind of like, ugh.
You mean Shriek, or do you actually mean Alex?
Oh no. I mean, like, a centipede fell off of Shriek, and Anna is returning it.
Everybody just presumes I collect these things or something. He just squishes it between his fingers with no second thought, flings its remains onto the floor, and just starts moving on. Getting the hell out of here as quickly as possible.
I was under the impression that since you named them... I'm sorry.
It's a sick joke.
Oh.
I'm not much of an animal person, to be honest with you. Doesn't stop me from having discussions or having to end up hearing what they have to say all the time, but it helps. Helps to end up making sure that everything is nice in context for everybody else, onlookers and what have you. Also helps with maintaining things when everybody thinks you're just a little crazy. He looks back to Anna. He's a little bit more soured today than normal. So, what do you want to know?
I need help tonight. I found out who the League is. At least I believe so. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Now you definitely have my attention. You need help, so fair trade. I find out who the leak is. You get your little bit of help. Though I imagine this is going to complicate things, so let's hear it. Come on, darling.
I'm going to be speaking with them tonight. In a private location. And I want you to be there in secret. Partially because, with certainty, they're being followed. But whether or not they're going to be followed tonight is a concern. A question I have. If that is the case, I think you would be the best person to be pulling information for that. And anything that this individual has to say about their experiences being followed, what they know or do not know, you would also be the best person to pull information from that.
So why not Kane? I'm sure he can be persuasive. You know, he just ends up grabbing hold of them, wrings their necks, stretches them out, snaps some legs, ends up asking all the hard questions when he starts removing ribs.
I don't. I don't want that to be the move just yet.
Just yet. Okay. Okay, you want the subtle, you want the guile. Okay, we can play to that. We can definitely do that, honey. I'm just... Oh, go on.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say... Alex and I were talking. We have a plan. At least we think we do.
Okay. Let's hear the plan, then. Come on, honey. Don't be shy.
Honeypot. We have someone, the League, who is acting as bait, amongst an assortment of other options. Alex proposed that putting her shop on the line might be an idea. A target from which we call psychics or self-proclaimed paranormal investigators, self-proclaimed witches, that kind of thing, and the bait themselves to all come here. And it might lure in this second Inquisition.
Logistics sound. I'll say that.
But the way I view it right now is that the more that we escalate the situation, the more dangerous it becomes.
The more we escalate.
The more anyone escalates.
Okay. Let's say I'm on board with this. Sake of argument, right? Let's walk through this. You're okay with hanging a thin blood out to dry. You're okay with gathering a bunch of humans who don't know anything better to come in and put their own necks in the noose in the hopes of weighting the scales in your favor. You are okay with the idea that things can go horribly wrong in the attempt, potentially causing a small massacre of, well, God knows who gets in the crosshairs of all of it. All of this you're okay with?
No. But the alternative is that that ends up being the case anyways. The difference is whether or not we got to say we did anything about it, or we just let it happen.
But that's not the reason you came to me, is it? If you wanted this done, it would have been Kane or Alex coming in. Alex might have be putting the shop on the line, but there's got to be something more to it. You came to me, which means you need something. Or maybe you're hoping for something.
I'm hoping you can help me figure out how we can pull the problem out by its roots.
That's going to be bloody business. And not in the fun kind, either. Less feeding in, more your days of breathing on the rag, kind of fun. And that gets into some sticky business that gets a little bit difficult. So, with that in mind, I'm going to help you, with this problem. Very much so. You just let me know who, without a shadow of a doubt, is the leak. I know that. We'll try and end up keeping the bloodshed to a minimum. Do we have a deal?
On a condition? I don't want this to at the best of our abilities. Not result in someone's execution.
More at Kane's department than anything. After all, he's all buddy-buddy with the bloodthirsty Scourge and doesn't mind having most of her own domain executed so long as it keeps him in the good books. So long as it makes him look good.
Huh?
Never
Did that
mind.
Did that happen?
What, you thought my face got all prettier because I tripped down some stairs? See, Kane hand-delivered the Scourge directly to somebody in our domain without even telling us about it, and in doing so, well, I had to do something really, really disturbing. I had to end up walking into a church. Surprised I didn't burst into flames, to be honest. And that's how we ended up getting to meet our dear Sister Charity. Because Sister Charity was about to be executed by his friend. And he's the one who delivered it right on up.
I don't like that.
I didn't like it for different reasons. Mostly on the fact that I don't like the idea of the Primogen title being disgraced by things just happening without our direct knowledge. I get that they all like to think of this as a joke. Me, though, I like the idea of trying to end up maintaining it, even if it is just a placeholder. So, now you know what you're dealing with. And I'm sure he'll find some way to end up justifying. Maybe he'll say that he was protecting those under our domain, covering for the thin blood, something about bullies, I don't know. He'll come up with something. No, I'm sure. You can rely on that. Image is everything to him. You'll say it doesn't, but watch him for a bit and you'll see it. I would end up taking the point as to end up looking over, well, this leak of yours and wonder on what else that's going to drag in. I'll follow you, do what I can. Hope that I don't have to lurk too close too long. Tends to get irritating.
We just need information for now. And the more information we have, the better.
I like that play. That's a good mentality to have. I'll get you what I can.
I appreciate it, Shriek.
Not making
name
any
is-
promises. I'm just giving what I can for the opportunity.
Her name is Madame, by the way.
Madame. Is this name ringing a bell at all? ST?
Intelligence politics.
Okay.
We'll find out.
Hey, that's a 6.
Ooh, Lodi, that is a 6.
It's your wheelhouse. Yay.
Ah, yes, the Madame. Thin blood extraordinaire. Was a ghoul once. Was a ghoul for a very prominent, Malkavian scourge in from New York. And that scourge from New York went to San Antonio, never to be heard from again. She came back. This time a thin blood. Nobody really knows what happened in San Antonio that sent her back. how she escaped from there, being in Anarch territory, or what happened to that Scourge from New York, or Scourge potential, up and coming. Did she kill him? Did San Antonio kill him? Is he torpid? Did she make a deal? Nobody knows. All of it rumor, and she doesn't say a thing.
Give you some thoughts here, Anna. Until proven otherwise, presume that she's working with them. Go off of that assumption. Don't let her know that's what you're doing. You got this whole naive thing going really well for you. It works. It really does. Work it. You got it, sweetheart. But presume that she's about to throw you under the bus. And if she does, you won't be pleasantly surprised. If she's not, well, ain't that just a coinky-dink? Either way, works in your favor. Because from what I hear, she doesn't just you don't just walk out of the situations that she is prone to walking out of. To me, that smells like somebody made a deal. Just what I'm getting a whiff of.
That's a dangerous thought.
And it's a dangerous thought, but not a conclusive one. Just one that, well, safe than sorry. Because I'm only sorry for two things in this life right now, and that ain't gonna be one of them.
I appreciate the forewarning.
Everybody's a danger. Especially when they come across as timid, small, insignificant. Because if you're ignored, that's when things get interesting. And quite frankly, I don't want to live in interesting times.
Old Roman curse.
Oh, I thought that was Chinese. More you know. Anyway, I hope that this has been useful to you. Give me the location. I'll scout it out. Get ahead of the curve. It's hard to hide going in, but if you've been there for a while anyway, who knows? If they are following her, if she did tell, well, that just means we have a whole new problem they're going to be setting up ahead of time as well. Best to catch that early.
Agreed. It's an old theater house that I happen to find. And Anna will go ahead and write down the address of the location. Just on a little piece of paper and hand it to Shriek.
It's within the domain.
Abandoned?
Sure is.
Well, then me being there shouldn't stir up too much trouble. Wish I could stay and enjoy the company at the shop. But I'm pretty sure Alex would end up losing her mind if I ended up staying there too long, and that's not just for my company.
Yes, you tend to have guests on your person at all times.
You know, funny thing, I once tried to end up seeing if they were coming from me. Did one of those kinky vacuum sealed things. Thankfully, not needing to breathe ends up making that a lot easier and less complicated than anything else. Turns out, no, they just end up coming around anyway. And I just had to bite my way out just to let airflow come back in. Because I didn't think it all the way through. Then again, you'd be amazed on what the desperate will do. I'll keep that in mind when it comes to the Madame.
And you've had some pretty desperate times in your own existence, trying to get rid of these pests from time to time.
And
Never.
now I got a pair of raccoons.
Who have been doing very well. They seem to be thriving.
They keep this up, they're gonna get fat. What do you do with a fat raccoon, really?
Roll it.
Well, with that being said,
We
You-
are a serious, dark Vampire the Masquerade group, y'all.
yep, you did this, Spectre. But that does leave Alex and Kane back at the shop. What do you two get up to?
Once the other two leave, and she offers Kane a seat and gets up and makes another cup of tea. And this one
Okay.
she hands to Kane.
Oh, Kane, like if you came back in, he's still probably sitting there looking, staring out into space.
Hello there.
Well, come on inside.
Oh, what? Oh, I'm sorry.
She's like holding this cup of tea in front of his face.
It smells very
He'll-
delicious.
He'll basically kind of palm it with one hand and thank you,
Big meaty
and
mitt.
follow you.
Are you coming in?
Yeah, he would. Like I said, he would follow you.
Yeah. She closes the door behind him, takes a seat back on her chair with her mug. So what can I do for you this evening?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing this evening. I was going to see if anybody needed anything, but it seems like everybody has plans.
Well, something seems to be on your mind. You know, the spacing out thing is not normal for anyone.
Especially because he doesn't blink.
Yeah, the not blinking thing is a little creepy.
I gotta remember to do that. I don't know. And he'll kind of just look at you. Do I scare you?
What is with everybody and asking me hard questions? It depends on the situation, Kane. I go out of my way to not piss you off because that makes you scary. But in general, no, you do not.
Here lately, everything I do seems to make everyone around me afraid.
As they should be. You think to yourself an errant thought.
Does this bother you?
At some point, yes and no. I know I can be dangerous. I could be dangerous when I was mortal. I could also be scary. And at points, that was a thing of pride. It made me feel accomplished. But even trying to do other things, it just... I don't know.
So you don't want to be scary anymore?
No, I just think I need to accept it. I don't...
Kane, you are... what, 6 foot tall? And built like a brick shithouse?
Around that, yes.
And you haven't yet gotten used to the fact that you are capable of being, frankly, absolutely fucking terrifying.
See, that's the thing. I used to have to try to be that way. Since being turned, it's becoming more and more natural. Everybody is just afraid. I don't have to try anymore. Even when I'm not trying to be.
Alex kind of frowns at this. And she gets up, puts the cup down, and she walks over to him and, taking a closer look at him, is there anything overt about him that seems to have changed?
If you're doing kind of an inspection of him,
Yes.
I would say that would be a wits or resolve medicine.
Can I switch that to an occult, considering I'm looking for something specifically kindred?
You can still find it with medicine.
Yeah, but occult's better.
I know.
I have more dice in this, Dad.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I have no dice in medicine.
Well, that's not bad. He's always been kind of pale. Ever since you've known him. Always been kind of sickly pale looking. Still looks that way. But something he said, I have to remember to do that now. Because his staring off into space was staring off unblinking, and when he did look at something else, it was with his whole head. Not with just his eyes. He wasn't just looking at the ceiling. He was looking up at the ceiling with his whole head. His gait seemed a little stiff.
Seems more corpse-like, in other words.
That's one way to put it.
With this in mind, do I know what could potentially cause this?
You know, as kindred get older, because you've done your research on kindred existence, as they get older, they get more... It's more common amongst the elders to have that very deathly pale stiffness to them. The prince is like this, the sheriff is like this, the seneschal is like this, some of the primogen are like this that you've met. And that's just in Dallas.
But
Maybe
Kane is not that old.
Maybe he's
Not
older
as
than
far
you
as I'm aware.
realize.
She's kind of gonna look him dead in the eye. Kane, how long have you been a kindred?
And I would just tell her the length. I've been a kindred for a while. I've just never been really let out. So.
How many years?
What did we
How many
determine?
years
Something like
is a while?
It was like 5. I think we talked about it, coffee. It was like 5 or 6. I just never really was socialized with other people. I was just kind of always with my sire.
so 5 or 6. Yeah,
Yeah.
he tells you that. Maybe for him it's starting to blur a little bit.
I don't know. Not being able to keep track of time and use electronics really it gets away from you.
You said something rather striking before as well. I have to remember to do that now in regards to you blinking. How long has it been you've had to remember to blink?
I don't know.
Hasn't really come naturally to you for a little while now.
Yeah, it's been a while, but then again, it's remembering to breathe, remembering to do all those things. Like, we don't need to. I think half of the time it was a habit. I think just some of the habits are just being broken for me.
Alex seems to be off in thought for a little bit
Well, the reason I
because
asked...
she's
Oh, sorry.
fairly sure she's been a kindred a little bit longer than Kane has. And she knows she doesn't put off anything like that.
He's always been a little strange, though.
A little strange, yes. But strange and corpse-like are two different things.
Well, the reason I asked why if I was scary to you, even those that used to be... Well, I dare not say... I don't know if you could say friendly, but the closest acquaintances I had, even they're scared of me now. I don't know if it's the position or if I just lost because I lost my temper or what makes them...
You aren't the same as you were. I don't mean to put this... Well, I'm trying to find a way to put this that seems a little bit more gentle. But you seem to be a little bit... Well, if I was to put it anyway, you seem more like a corpse than a person now. She points to a spot on the wall and says, and watches to see if his gaze follows her finger.
I probably would if he...
And does he turn his entire head when he does? Kane, you didn't just follow my point with your eyes. Your entire head turned.
What does that mean?
Your skin has gone paler, and you seem more stiff.
I have been later to rise as well.
And you've been later to rise. I'll have to look into it a little more, but these are all things that tend to appear in our elders. But you're younger than me.
I don't know. I am stronger than most. Maybe it's something to do with the way the blood affected me. I have no idea. If we can figure that out, then...
Leave it with me and I'll look into it. But try to loosen up some.
I will. It's getting taxing.
What
Everybody
is?
has a certain view about me, and trying to be myself or fight against that is getting...
Quite frankly, they're annoying.
So why
Another
fight
Eric
against
thought.
it? Why fight against it? Embrace it. You are what you are, Kane. People's fear of you can be used to your advantage. You could be a towering pillar of fear, or you can continue to fight against it and just find yourself frustrated.
I'll have to think.
Don't think too hard.
Well, if you believe Shriek, that's kind of an impossibility for me.
I'm not so sure. Have a little faith in yourself.
Well, I was going to see if the other two needed help, but what do you have on the docket for tonight? Is there anything I can help you with?
Well, I was considering going and speaking with Raphael. I don't believe any of us have had any kind of contact with him since we were put into this position. And that could be a problem. It's no good if the left hand is tied behind the back while the right hand does the work.
True.
Would you like to accompany me?
I think that could be good. Might propose another stop just if we're getting lay of the land again. Stop by the bar.
Gerard, yes?
Yeah, I'd like to check in with him from time to time. People seem
Perhaps,
to not be scared of him.
perhaps after speaking with Raphael.
Oh, yes. That's what I meant. Not trying to say we should go there first, just was a thought.
Of course. She stoops down and she picks up the cup that Anna had left behind, her own, and she takes...
I said, that smells good. I kind of wish I had drank that more when I was human.
I certainly miss it myself. She gently takes the cup out of Kane's hand, makes her way over the sink, empties it, and leaves them just sitting there in the bottom of the sink. Well, shall we?
Sure. And Kane would get up and straighten himself up and make sure he didn't leave a mess and follow her up.
All right. With the two pairs off to go and do what it is that they plan on doing tonight, we'll take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll see what these kindred get themselves into. Be back soon, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Blood and Iron, Dead Man's Hand. Last we left off, Cain and Alexandra were going off into their domain to do maybe some checking in on the domain itself, making sure that things are in relatively good order, but primarily to go and visit the Hound that often can be found in this domain. One that has been particularly assigned to this domain, given that in the past it has had its fair share of rabble-rousers and problem children from time to time. What little our coterie might know is that some of the anarchs from the Purge were from this domain. But, well, they'll have to do a little bit more investigating into that themselves if they want to learn more about the Purge, but for now, they're headed off to a storage facility. Storage lockers are for rent, where one can store belongings, can store cars, can store RVs. Just about anything that you can think of that they have space big enough, you can store here. The Hound is often found in this place as, since he keeps an eye on it, it might be a relatively safe place to keep anything that shouldn't see the light of day. And so, Alex and Cain, you find yourself outside the gate of this storage facility. Looks as if the main office is closed, but there is still a light on inside. Perhaps somebody working after hours.
When they arrive, Alex is going to park a little ways away from the storage facility.
Okay.
And they're going to walk to the actual gate.
Okay.
And as they're walking, she's going to keep an eye out any black veins that might be lurking about.
Okay.
Yeah,
On your drive as well. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
On your drive and walking up towards the garage, not garage, it's the storage facility, go ahead and make me a wits and awareness. And you can, Cain, do you have awareness?
Oh yeah, I was about to say I'm doing the same thing, so.
Oh, I was just going to add a +1 to Alex.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I do have awareness.
Yep. Since she brought it up, she'll get the +1. There you go.
Hill, I'm going to willpower.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's better.
Three's decent. On the drive, you both, to the best of your ability, keep your head kind of on that swivel, looking out and watching every black vehicle that you come across, because it really takes you a second or two to realize, that's not the style of van. That one has a license plate, easily traceable. That one doesn't have a giant antenna on it, maybe it's not. But you keep note, make mental note of all of the vehicles that you see. None of them seem to stand out in the same fashion as the one before. But that isn't to say that it doesn't cause a little bit of anxiety on those little hairs on the back of your neck to stand up. Very human response. Maybe that happens for Alex, but maybe not so much for Cain. Cain just watches. What are you thinking about, Cain, as you watch for these vehicles and you see a couple of vehicles that are black, but not necessarily the vehicle you're looking for?
He's probably just thinking about the frustration of the mistake that he made before and wanting to set things right. To get this, take care of these vans.
Get rid of them
The people
all.
behind them.
Pound them into the ground until they can't exist anymore. Seems about what they deserve.
I don't think deserving has anything to do with it right now.
But it was fun. That much was certain.
What the hell is happening to me? Didn't used to enjoy shit like that.
Are you so sure about that, Kane? Given the life that you lived, the hardship you went through, wasn't some of it thrilling? Enjoyable? Damn, maybe even make you happy?
There were moments, I'm sure. I don't know, it seems like a lifetime ago now. Who knows? And he'll just shake his head off and start looking around again.
Alright. You stop your little ways away from the storage facility, walking towards the gate, the driveway that leads into the rest of the storage space. Not that the gate is locked by any means, it's just
Closed.
closed.
She opens the gate, lets herself in, and holds it for Kane.
Kane would follow and shut the gate behind.
And then she makes her way up to the office. When she gets there, she reaches up and she taps on the door.
You wait for a moment. You don't see any stirring inside.
Is there a button or a buzzer somewhere?
Yeah, there's a buzzer.
She presses.
You hear the buzzer go off. You wait for another moment. You see a familiar face kind of peek out from behind a sort of door frame. And it is indeed Raphael. Seems to roll his eyes for a second and then seems to... You hear another buzzing noise and you hear the door unlock.
If he doesn't open it, Alex will
Kane
reach
would,
out and open it herself.
You've been buzzed in.
And then she steps in.
Kane would
Of course,
step in
holding the
behind.
door for Kane.
You see Raphael come out from behind the door jamb. But you also see another figure come out from behind the door as well. A woman dressed in a nun's habit with a rather large gun strapped to her back.
Good evening. We're not intruding, I hope.
I was just leaving, you hear the nun say.
Now, you said a nun with a huge gun on her back.
Yes. A rifle, it looks like.
The only time I've seen something like that is in a Danny Trejo movie. Are we expecting trouble tonight?
I'm always prepared. You never
I know
know.
who this. I know who this is, don't I?
I believe you do. I think you've met at Elysium.
Just briefly,
Briefly.
I'm sure.
You might be aware from her from your clan circles as well, but you do know her to be one of the other hounds.
Well, one would expect you to be prepared, Sister Mary Beth.
Alexandra,
some time.
right?
Yes.
No one can forget that accent.
I'm sure.
Well, I hope you have a pleasant evening, she says, rather coldly, and starts to walk out.
And you too. Please, would you pass my hellos on to the sheriff next time you see him? Him? Her? I think it's a him.
Him? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can I take like a measure between Raphael and the nun and kind of see what their demeanors are like and like if I can pick up on anything?
Sure, that'll be an insight check.
Okay, wits?
Yep. Oh. That is a mesocritical, my dude. You want to keep it?
Yeah, it'll be funny. And it kind of fits with how he's been like spiraling anyways. So I'll let it ride. This will be amusing.
From Sister Mary Beth, you get a very cold demeanor. She's here with a matter-of-fact sort of attitude, where you get the distinct sense that this is a strictly business relationship when it comes to her. But when it comes to Raphael, he can't stand her. And you get that distinct sense from him, even if he's being rather composed, the way that he just seems to kind of watch as she leaves.
There's a sense of like disdain or something.
A bit, yeah, where perhaps in a sense, maybe he wishes their roles were reversed. Or maybe he just doesn't like nuns. What exactly he doesn't like about her, you're not entirely sure yet, but that's kind of where you feel a little bit like maybe Raphael's the weaker of the two. He's a bit... maybe he's a pushover. Maybe he's an easy target. Yeah, an easy target. An easy target that you can just push around and call the shots on, and... man, if you wouldn't want to smother his face in a pile of shit right now. You want to humiliate this man. Because you think it would be funny.
Yeah, now I gotta figure that out.
Oh no.
You definitely want to gloat over this man. So you are under the compulsion that believe it's... I forget what it's called exactly, but you add a 2 dice penalty to any other check except to humiliate this man. And kind of gloat over it. For the rest of the scene, yeah. Do with that what you will.
Apologize for the interruption, Raphael.
That's okay. We were just exchanging news. What can I do you for?
Well, I was hoping to check in on you, see how you're doing and all that.
Well, had to shake a couple fingers at a couple of thin bloods the other day, but that's about it.
Fingers?
Yeah, as in...
What did they do?
Being thin bloods? Kind of rowdy?
I see.
Drawing attention to themselves? There's news of the Second Inquisition going on.
Yes. Yes, there is.
So...
Have you seen any signs about? Besides what you've heard, of course.
Typically, you know, you get all sorts of vehicles coming through the storage facility all the time. Including black vans, as I hear that's going around. But nothing to suggest what you're thinking, because I've even gone and inspected their storage units, and there's nothing suspicious.
Meaning they're not using these units.
Means they're not using my units.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can certainly tell you that these rumors of hunters are accurate. Kane here took a knife to the face from one of them.
And from what I understand, it's what Brucato said that was after her, right? In her
It's
letter.
what I think was... Well, I didn't read the letter, you did.
Well, there you have it.
So that just confirmed something for me then.
And what is that?
That the Second Inquisition here has been lurking about even since she was here. And I have the sneaking suspicion that they are the reason why she is no longer amongst us.
It's a safe assumption. And to be quite frank, they've been a continually growing threat since the early 2000s, so over 20 years now.
In this city or just in general?
In general, from what I've heard. There's stories like London, Vienna.
Coffee.
Yes,
Now, this man is a hound, correct?
he is, yes.
And because I am newer to this game, a hound basically works underneath of a sheriff to protect and uphold the laws in an area, correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
And enforce
I
them when needed.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure of that before I started being a dick. Thank you.
Yes, essentially the sheriff is the chief of police, and the other hounds are the police officers.
Now, if they've been operating in this area for that long, did you not have any wind of them?
They're just as concerned about keeping quiet as we are. From what I understand. Unless they're going out in an explosive bang like, you know, other cities. Your tales from all around the United States and abroad.
So nobody has come to you with any concerns? Outside of recent, since we've brought this to the attention of Primogen Council and the Prince.
Since then, I've doubled my routes.
But before then, nobody had raised anything to you.
I would always question those who are new about whether they were tailed or not, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. This is the dumping ground for anyone who's basically new or unwanted.
Yes, I've come to notice them.
So I do what I can to keep all of that in check. Just as you do.
Interesting.
It's kind of my job. If I don't do my job, my neck's on the chopping block just as much as yours is. Why? Does something concern you, Primogen?
Oh, simply the fact that we were in this domain, what? Maybe a week. And we already caught wind of it.
Who's to say you didn't bring it with you?
Trust me, we didn't.
I don't know that. You're a foreigner for all I know.
If it's what took out Bricada, that happened on your watch, and it would be not our problem.
If Brocado couldn't watch her own back, that's on her. She insisted I stay out of it.
She insisted you stay out of it. So you were aware that something was happening.
Make me a charisma persuasion.
And I want to read him.
That would be at a -2 penalty. There, Kane.
Ah, awesome.
Do I want to re-roll that? Nah. I'm gonna stick with that.
Okay. He's gotten guarded, Kane. You get the distinct sense that maybe whatever he was feeling about Sister Mary Beth might be the same feeling he feels about you all. He's never happy when he sees you, because it just means that he has to jump through hoops.
So what's the deal with you and the nun?
She's a hound. Trading information. Information I have for information she has.
I don't seem to like her very much.
Doesn't stop me from working with people.
That's exactly right. I would like you to work with us, Raphael.
Your wish is my command, Primogen.
You did know something was happening. Brukata mentioned something.
She seemed off. I asked her what's up. She told me stay out of it. She could handle it. And next thing you know, well, she disappears.
She couldn't handle it.
She wasn't exactly old by any means, so...
No. And neither are we. Is that common in this area? For young kindred to be put in power?
No. For your all circumstance, it's a fluke.
I agree. I mean, I'm completely new to this area, and the others are still reasonably young. I'm not exactly old myself. And yet we've been put in a position of power in the castaways.
Exactly.
I think this domain and all the posts in it are the equivalent of the guard posts in Siberia that no one wants to be in.
How did you end up here? I mean, you seem reasonably capable. I mean, what with the way that you can shriek against a wall. Which I think he's still having wet dreams about that.
Ugh. I did not need to know that.
But seriously.
I was assigned this post.
But who did you piss off to get put here? Let's be real.
Who says I pissed off anybody?
You're here.
So are you.
Yes. And
don't
I'm a
know.
foreigner.
We're cannon fodder to hold a position.
I'm just here to do a job. And I will do
I
that
wanna-
job to the best of my ability until it kills me, probably.
I want to insight him.
Yeah, go ahead. Wits and insight.
Because I really don't feel like he was just put here because there's a reason he's here in particular.
Okay. Ooh. Ooh, that's juicy. That's 6.
Mm.
Every position must be filled. So he does have a little bit of a sense of honor when it comes to the position that he holds as a hound, particularly. And being assigned to Arlington, well, it's not the greatest post, but just has to wait for a new one to open up. And really, it's kind of a biding his time. Waiting for the right moment to be assigned elsewhere. More lucrative for him, specifically. Not
You
that
don't
he's
want to be here.
Look at what makes you say that?
Just a feeling.
You Tremere have your
'Cause we
feelings,
really-
don't you?
Oh, we really do.
I don't typically trust that.
You don't typically trust that?
No. Because feelings are subject. I'm more of a facts kind of guy.
I'm learning that slowly.
You give me facts, not feelings, we can work together.
Okay. What if I were to tell you that I've spoken to a thin blood who has noticed these black vans following her? I have spoken to Gerard, but not about the black van. And it was when speaking to him that we ran across the first one.
You think Gerard's a mole?
No. I think he's a victim.
A victim.
But the mole is clearly somebody connected to both him and this thin blood. And Bricata.
Okay. What's your theory? You're a smart woman.
You know this domain better than anyone.
Certainly better than all of you.
Do you know the people in it?
Like the back of my hand.
So, how many kindred have an attachment to Gerard, including thin blood?
If you even count thin bloods as kindred.
In this case, you have.
Six that I know of. He tends to hang around with thin bloods and Caitiff a little bit more than he does any other kindred. It's understandable because amongst the other members of this domain, none of them particularly like a stranger Brujah.
Six that have come into contact, or at least do so regularly.
They've kind of nominated him as their sort of go-between.
He's a useful person to know. I've noticed that.
He's also not from around here.
I know.
That much is clear. And
Canadian.
I knew his accent was a little weird. I just couldn't place it.
Talk to him for a little while and you'd be surprised what you can learn about him.
I'm not particularly interested in the personal history of each and every kindred in this domain. What I'm more concerned with is what they do. And what they do, oftentimes, is leave a mess. A mess that I then have to clean up, because I seem to be the only person caring about the masquerade in this domain.
How often do you come across messes?
In recent nights, a few.
A few.
And it's weekly.
Oh, under this circumstance, it's particularly problematic.
Especially since anyone going missing in this domain is bound to get found out because of the sheer amount of eyes around here lately.
Do you know who's causing these messes?
Not in particular. There's just a bloody mess on the floor, on the ground by the time I get there. Which, at least in any incriminating evidence, is gotten rid of, but, you know, there's still a mess.
It's still a question.
A question that goes unanswered, and a question that goes unanswered is where you get those black vans.
Yes.
Because they don't stop poking.
No, they don't. Is there any... Are these messes, they're all similar?
Some of them.
Like they've been committed by the same person? The same MO?
No, they're different, but there's just something odd about a few of them that I've seen, and it's maybe nothing, but I've noticed that there's a pattern. The bodies that have been left have been eviscerated and their hearts plucked.
Well, isn't that just interesting?
Like, who goes around stealing hearts
ST,
and just leaving the rest of the carcass to rot?
Do I have any idea what could potentially do that?
Could be anything. I mean, eviscerating, sure. It could be any monster. It could be any kindred that goes into frenzy. It could be even werewolves. They've been known to roam the wilds of Texas. But specifically going after hearts, that's going to be a fairly high difficulty intelligence occult.
Intelligence.
Because it may determine whether you've run across something like this before.
No modifiers.
Nope.
I'm actually going to re-roll those 3.
I will allow you to succeed at a cost.
I'm going to re-roll those 3.
No. Never heard of anything like this before.
Is that succeeded at cost on the table?
Not after you re-rolled.
Damn.
It's one or the other, honey.
Would I have maybe recognized any of this from my sire's proclivities?
What do you mean your sire's proclivities?
Oh, maybe that this would be something of like an oblivion ritual or some kind of a ritual of some kind that someone's procuring ingredients.
Well, you can do an intelligence occult. Still going to be fairly high if you have any specialties in
I don't have
rituals.
any in occult, but I do have ritual or a ritual.
Well,
I would
that may color your knowledge a little bit, but you can roll it if you want to.
There's no way I can possibly pass it unless you give it to me at a cost, but we'll see.
There's one. It's not beyond the realm of possibility. It's nothing. No ritual that you've heard of, which is very few,
Yeah.
requires a heart per se.
The only thing that I can potentially think of is werewolves, but I highly doubt that they'd be running amok in the city.
No, you're more likely to find them out in the middle of buttfuck nowhere.
Yeah. Eviscerated corpses missing a heart. That is definitely something that draws attention.
Certainly got my attention.
Definitely a pattern to track.
Well, I'm still trying to find the culprit, so...
Are we certain the heart's the only thing that was taken?
Well, that's the only thing for damn sure I know. But, the rest of it was trashed to bits, so who knows? Had to get rid of those bodies as quickly as possible when I found them. They were just left out in the sun to rot. Well, I say the sun, but...
Unless they
I
were...
have a map here somewhere.
Not particularly why.
Could you perhaps write down for me where you found these bodies?
Yeah, and he goes to write down a couple of intersections from the Arlington domain. They all seem kind of random. They don't seem to be particularly focused into one spot, but you know that Arlington's not terribly big.
No. But it could give us some hint. Perhaps when other eyes are cast over this. Also, those 6 kindred that Gerard has contact with regularly. Before I forget. What were their names?
There's There's Gwen, Blaine, Kayla, Monty, Danny, and Madame.
Wonderful. To look into them. Patterns are something that I look at. I believe that's something that you can function with as well.
Something I definitely can appreciate. And I do
If
know
you
that
are-
Tremere tend to be particular.
You can say perfectionistic.
I wasn't going to use it as an insult.
This has been very helpful, Raphael.
That's all I aim to be.
If you find anything else out,
You know
anything
where
at
to
all
find
that
me.
could help, fair. But should you find anything else that could help, because we have been ridiculously busy trying to get things back on track. I have a shop here in town, here in Arlington.
The
It's
Esoterica shop.
eclectic. Yes.
I'm
You know
aware
it?
of it. It's fairly new to Arlington. I notice these things.
Good. If you come across anything else, please drop by.
You know I will.
I may have work for you in the coming night as well.
Look forward to it. Now, there is something, though, that you could do for me,
I'm all ears.
given that I've given you a lot. Perhaps there's something you could share with me.
If I can, I'll gladly tell.
What do you know that I don't?
Is there something more specific
Regarding anything.
regarding anything? People in this damn city, they don't like to be specific.
Like you to work for it. A good primogen knows the needs of her constituents before they know them themselves.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think.
Based on what you know about Raphael, what do you think you could offer him?
Then I don't know. Shit.
Do you want to roll an insight for it?
Yeah, please.
I'll give you a wits and insight.
Because he's clearly after something specific. Oof.
He's clearly got an
Already spent
ambition
lots.
of some kind. What exactly, you're not sure 100%, but It's been brought up that potentially he doesn't like his position. Maybe the place of his position more than his actual position itself. It's been brought up that he's a Ventru, so it stands to reason that he'd be very ambitious, if composed about it. It stands to reason that he would want some influence.
I'll give you something. How useful it is to you, I don't know what it would be, but it might give you a little insight into some of the happenings. I think the prince has been removing people that he doesn't like through the scourge, and especially within this domain, probably without through others.
It is the prince's prerogative to remove those he does not see as an asset to this city. It's not with it. It's not outside the realm of reason.
No. But in secret, don't they normally, aren't there rules and things that you have to do?
This is the shit pot, Mr. Kane.
Even the shit pot runs under Camarilla rule. If
But
it doesn't, it's simply anarch.
It also means it's the place where things go to disappear. Buried. Sometimes for good. Hope it doesn't happen to you all. Wish you all the best of health for your own life. But nothing good comes out of Arlington.
I don't know. You're here.
What's that say about me?
I think Arlington has a lot more potential to it than anybody really sees. I think you have a lot more potential to you than anybody really sees.
Aren't you an optimist?
I pride myself on it. That being said, if you can get ahead of the game, the scourge doesn't need to pop up.
Or if we
With
figure
or
out-
without our knowledge, with or without your knowledge.
Well,
This is, after all, our domain.
keep the thin bloods out of my hair and we got a deal.
Any particular problem, children?
No. But I know that if the problem went away, I'd be able to focus on other things.
I'll look into
I'll
it.
see. We'll see what we can do for you. After all, freeing up some of your time helps us in the long run anyway.
For the betterment of the Camarilla.
For the betterment of the Camarilla.
Have yourself a pleasant evening, then.
You too, Mr. Singleton. And Alex offers him a hand.
He goes to shake it. It's a very strong grip. Strong and hearty.
I'll see you around.
Can't we just give a nod and walk out the door?
Alright. The door is closed and locked. He disappears behind the door frame of the back room, and you are free to leave the premises if you like.
Alex will start walking through the gate. She seems to be staring ahead in thought.
Kane would open the gate for her.
She just walks on through. She doesn't stop. She doesn't even seem to register that the gate was even there. Missing her. And Thin Blood's in trouble. Seems like every time we turn over a new stone in this domain, there is more and more shit.
There's only two reasons you take something like that. You either have a use for it, or you're going to eat it.
Well, eating it would fall under having a use.
Well, that might not be the only use that someone would have for it, though.
There are plenty of uses a heart could have.
But I think we definitely should pay Gerard a visit tonight.
I think so. And this time, can we not go chasing after random black mans, please?
I just hope we don't see one.
Well, if we do, we don't need to walk up to it and inspect it.
No,
closely.
but I want to. I want to destroy it.
Or if you want to, at least we need to slash the tires before it gets away.
I was thinking about disabling it some way. For it. So.
Same difference.
We're on the same page then. I don't want to get them to get away this time. I want answers.
Yes, well, so do I. And if I can avoid putting my shop at risk, I prefer it.
Why would your shop... Oh, because if they follow you...
No, I forgot to mention that. Anna and I were talking.
Oh.
And we may have some bait.
Well...
And if all works out according to plan, I will hold an event at the store with the bait located inside at the event. And while the event is happening, should our targets show up, we simply pluck them. Like flowers.
Seems like a lot to risk.
But the rewards are absolutely worth it.
Don't risk anything you're not willing to lose.
Sometimes risking the things that you are willing to lose is the only way to ensure success.
That being said, Anna and Shriek are off doing their own little investigating, aren't they? At an abandoned sort of theater sort of place. A sort of homage to the arts. One that Anna recently came into possession of. Isn't that right, Anna?
It is. At this point, after a few nights of having it, I've cleaned up a lot of the environment. It was quite dilapidated before, but I've taken a little time to sweep, put up some string lights. There's a room in the back, funny enough, that looks quite nice. It's a dressing room. No windows, simple lock. I've gone ahead and put string lights up in there as well. Around the mirror.
Nothing too bright to make it look like this place is being used again, but enough to kind of give it a nice little vibe.
It's comfortable. In a weird, lonely, urban decay kind of way. But upon arriving, I just present it to Cheek. I'm quite sure, the Madame will be meeting with me here soon, so I guess just make yourself comfortable and wherever you think is the best place to be. Is there anything you would like me to ask? Or rather, what's most useful to you?
Oh, don't worry about that. It just ends up meaning that I get to end up doing some fun guesswork. More than anything. It kind of looks about. When did they first start seeing them? How frequently do they see them? And probably the most important, she wouldn't happen to have an actual obituary, right?
That's a good question. I don't think she does.
You don't think, or you don't know? It's an important distinction because, well, let's be real here. The second that somebody ends up walking around after the paper said they kicked the bucket, I don't know about you, but those are some red flags. Crimson, really.
That's fair. She said, she has mentioned she's been in service to Kindred for 60 years.
I can make my guesses on what that means. But, hey, world's oldest profession.
Fair enough.
But
All right.
if I were to end up making any suggestions, I end up taking the time to look around. Nothing seems out of sort, and haven't seen anybody setting up anything. Nothing here should go right now. But I'm going to keep an eye out. However, if anything hits the ground, and you gotta run, you run. You lose what you can, dive in the ditch if you have to. Sewers. I'll find you, eventually. Or at least what remains of you. Depends on what happens. So, keep a clear head. Don't worry so much. You just need to end up figuring out what they might know. Ask them if they have any, them or their earlier employers might have had any run-ins with the Second Inquisition. Might be a tie there. And worst case scenario, who knows? Maybe they just ended up eating somebody's kid and the parents out for revenge. I don't know. We'll find out, though. It is delicious. And with that, I am going to activate Obfuscate. Rouse the blood.
For some unseen passage. Alright. Shriek disappears. You look away for a moment, Anna, and then you look back and he's gone. Still fairly certain he might be there, but can't see him. Can't hear him. Quiet
It's
as
a
a
power
mouse.
It's a power I'm familiar with. It's weird when it's being done to you instead. Because mostly, I know, somehow, that Shriek is still there. But my senses fail me. And if I didn't know, I wonder, would I actually be able to tell if I was being watched? It's got me wondering.
The only way to truly know is with the gift of sight.
It's got me wondering. I'll have Sense the Unseen active, but not looking for Shriek.
Freak will have heightened senses on as well.
Okay.
Would like to be able to hear somebody incoming very quickly. Always good to be able to hear outside. Try and position myself to take a peek outside, but obviously my attention's going to be elsewhere. Still. Would like to end up having a watch out.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a wits and awareness plus auspex shriek. And then Anna, for your sense the unseen roll, go ahead and make me that resolve and auspex, I believe it is.
Understood?
All right. Very nicely done. Very nice.
Plonk.
All right. Very good. Oh, that's a messy crit, actually.
Ah!
2 10s in your hunger.
I can't do anything about that. I be very aware.
You be very aware of the things that you see and don't see.
That.
I think
I'm worried about.
we've talked about this particular place, and maybe tell us a little bit about the history of this place. And is there any kind of particular not recorded history that you may be witnessing in brief snippets from time to time?
The history isn't really something I look too into. It was, at one point, an operational theater. It was used for live performances, amphitheater productions. Maybe, just maybe, I'm not the only kindred that's ever used it. I think maybe someone else did. And when I think about it, I think she's been gone since we got here.
It's odd. Your eyes are kind of... You're looking out for maybe signs of the Madame or anything else that might be crawling into your space, but what ends up drawing your focus is the feelings. The feelings that seem to manifest in a sort of visual sort of form as you open your senses up to that which is unseen. You kind of peek your head around and it unnerves you a little bit. This whole situation just seems to unnerve you a little bit, and you're finding that the more you think about it, the more you put together what Shriek has been telling you, what Kane has been telling you, what Alex has been telling you about all of these different things about the Second Inquisition, you can't help but wonder, is Shriek still here? Is he gone? Did he leave me alone? Am I alone here? What is Madame capable of? She used to be a ghoul, now she's a thin blood, but what does that mean? What does any of it mean? You kind of get lost in your own sort of paranoid spiral. And really all that you can think about is just finding a cupboard and shoving yourself into it for the next who knows how long.
Trying to hold myself steady. Trying to hold myself static. It's okay. I can handle this. I'm in control. I'm in control.
It's all spiraling out of control. Out of control, out of control, out of control, out of control.
What if everything gets out of hand? What if it all goes bad? What if I'm just setting all of this up so that I end up hurting everyone else? It's like what Shriek said. Put up this whole honey trap idea, and then everyone that we asked to get involved, everyone that we invited, now suddenly becomes a target. It will be my fault. I would be the reason everyone would get hurt. Just you see Shriek, she starts grabbing her hair and for a moment curls into herself. Stupid. Control, stay in control, stay in control.
Shriek.
And go ahead.
Oh, Shriek, you start to hear footsteps outside of this particular room. You hear beyond this room that there are footsteps approaching. And the whispers of Anna just seem kind of ringing in your ears, too.
She, perhaps even for a moment, you even smell, scent of Vitae's, and she starts crying a little bit. You just... Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Calm down. She's just repeating mantras over and over and over again.
And as you're kind of repeating those mantras, you do start to hear Anna, the footsteps of someone coming through sort of the sort of entrance that you had indicated to Madame as she's kind of crawling into this space, it seems.
Okay. And as soon as Anna hears that, she just like switches immediately.
Oh, I was hoping I had the right place.
I'm glad you made it.
You did say it was particularly of importance.
Yes.
And I'm not one to shirk on my appointments.
Still, it's appreciated. Not everyone views any of what we do. I guess really sees any of us of Dead Man's Hand as worthy of any sort of status or title. You'd be surprised. If, apparently pretty often these nights.
You don't have to downplay your position to me.
Still.
I understand where I stand. So, seems cozy.
Yes. It's a private spot I've been slowly putting together, but for now, it's somewhere I know is safe for us to talk.
Well, I can appreciate that you at least have some lighting. And she says with a bit of a smile. There are some who wish to only speak in the dark.
The importance of it in this scenario is, of course, I want to protect your identity more than anything. Let's get down to business. About the vans. How long? How long have they been following me again?
Oh. I can't even say exactly, to be honest. I noticed them. Really, for the first time in Detroit. Thought nothing of it at first because there was a lot of involvement in the authorities in regards to new drugs that had appeared on the scene. And, well, you can guess that after the police were deemed incompetent, of course the FBI swooped in, and then the military, and then before you know it, well, you start seeing them everywhere. That feeling like when you purchase a car, and you swear every driver on the road drives the same car as you, that you never noticed it before. And yet you can spot every single one of them when they pass you by now. It's like that. Once you've spotted one, you keep seeing them.
It's followed you from city to city.
I don't know about directly, but it seems like it. It certainly feels that way.
Since when did it start here in Arlington?
I can't be too sure now. First time I noticed them in this area in general was several years back. Only one or two in the entire time that I had been here. Then I got called to a mission and came back, and they're still here.
Really? You suppose maybe that they had some sort of operation active beforehand, and then just caught wind of you?
Possibly. I don't know who they are. Black vans could mean anything. But I
Ones that follow.
can't shake it, the paranoia.
Yeah.
That something like Detroit is going to happen again. And I don't want that. Because I lost a lot of people in Detroit.
I wouldn't want it either. Coffee, out of character. My brain just, like...
Blue screen?
What were some... Yeah, what were some of the other things that Shriek suggested that I ask?
Derek, if you'll remind us.
Is Madame actually? Is it possible that Madame's a blank body? Does she already have herself a obituary? Is she a known dead person?
Okay. It may be a difficult question to cover, but are you already known as dead? Do you have an obituary?
No, none was ever written. But having existed for many, many years, it's safe to assume that my family thinks I've disappeared. They were aging and I wasn't. I had a husband and a daughter once. I don't know where they are anymore. They were in Detroit, and now I'm here.
See.
And that was a long time ago.
I understand. You left a whole family behind. But
I chose to leave my family behind. Make no mistake, when I went into the service of Father Thomas Wilds, I did so of my own choice. I made that decision.
see. And it's not possible that they would have tried to find you. They would have just assumed that you had chosen a different life path, so to speak. And left it at that.
They might have thought me brainwashed by a cult leader. But no, I did not maintain contact with them after that. And it's been over 50 years, and, well, I'm sure that my daughter would be into her 70s by now.
Wow.
If she's alive.
Time marches on.
That it does.
Do you perhaps know of anyone else who's been concerned about these vehicles? Has anyone else made similar statements?
Everyone's concerned about them now that we all know that they're out there. Far more concerned with being light of foot, being quiet as a mouse. Try to stay out of sight, out of mind. Hope they just go away. But that does not make for good feeding either.
No. And without good feeding, mistakes are made.
Exactly.
So then, I suppose the next question is, are you aware of anyone who hasn't been having good feeding? Who's struggling right now? Because if we can
hear a small voice, if just at the corner of her ear. Has she fed recently?
Have you fed recently?
I see, kind of delving into a bit of my personal business. But it has been a couple of nights. The thing about thin bloods, though, is many of them don't have that same kind of instinctual urge to rip things asunder as some kindred do. You just feel incredibly hungry, lethargic. I suppose that's one thing that I can be grateful for. I don't have that problem. But I also don't have the benefits of what I used to be.
You mentioned in service. Kindred for a very long time. You were a ghoul?
First to Father Thomas, and then to Hugh. A Malkavian from New York.
I think you have a bit of a run of luck with Malkavians.
I was raised as a ghoul, with the hope that Father Thomas would create a kindred in me. But he didn't. And I never knew why. Never really understood. And then came Violet. And Violet is my sire. But I didn't turn into something like her. I'm less than. I'm even less than a ghoul was. And perhaps agreeing to that choice is my one regret.
I can see how it has complicated things. Maybe this is presumptuous. I understand that things don't work the same for you. But if I can offer you some assistance in feeding, then I would ask that you would be able to help the dead man's hand with trying to get to the bottom of this. Find the root of the weed and pluck it out.
That's why I'm telling you all of this.
You have a special position.
I'm not special.
Anna comes up to her at this point. Slowly walks up to her and places a hand on Madame's cheek, just gently brushing it, her hair to her side. You are special. And it's been far too long that you've spent not being treated as such. Do you know how envious I am of you?
You? Of me?
Yes. You. There's something you can do that I have struggled with for so long. The beast doesn't ravage you. It doesn't cause you to tear apart and destroy everything around you. You get to stay yourself. No matter how hungry, you can still be you. I wish I had that. You can still touch. You can still love. I wish I had that.
That woman died 60 years ago. What I am is a dominatrix. One who only serves a master when they see fit. Nothing more. Nothing less. I only command others who are lesser than me. And right now, that's no one.
Then let me give you a vlog. Do you teach me? Teach me how to contain that beast, Madame. I would like to roll.
Right? You want to roll persuasion?
I'd like, yeah.
Is that a manipulation persuasion? Because I know what your other alternative motives are.
Yeah, let's do it. Manipulation, persuasion, and I think I have a lore sheet that may or may not associate with this.
Which would that be? Which one are you calling upon?
Blood asceticism.
Blood asceticism? What does blood asceticism let you do?
So it adds 2 extra dice to trying to prove my conviction to not drinking blood. Does this count in this scenario? Not drinking blood, unleashing the beast.
It's loosely associated. I'll allow it.
Yeah! My excitement! Thank you! Generous ST.
Yes, I am a generous god.
Manipulation, persuasion. Holy shit! 8? Will I do it, Captain?
Were you also rolling at your -2 penalty for your compulsion?
Oh! I wasn't. Alright, take 2 off.
Which would be one of those 10s and a 4.
Acceptable.
Okay, so that brings it down to the blah, 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 blah. 3, 4, 5 successes instead. I
I'll
believe.
take it.
Okay.
That's toasty. I forgot about the neg. I'm so sorry.
Yep. Oh, you're also Malkavian. Does that play into the compulsions?
Oh shit.
Or does it not? I don't know. I think
Um.
I think it do.
Yeah, I do. Should I just re-roll the whole taste?
Yeah, go ahead and re-roll the whole thing, and include your negatives in there, because it'd be a -4 in total. Because you get your +2 from your asceticism, -4, so it's only a net -2.
Remember, it's one of the things that makes Malkavians
Very hard. Yes.
Yeah, it does. Damn! Alright, I want to re-roll 3 dice.
Okay.
Willpower.
I'll allow it.
Yay.
Yay. Hey, another compulsion.
Let's just stack them, brother.
Oh, what one? Ooh. Thematically appropriate, since you did call upon your asceticism lore sheet. Hunger is the compulsion you feel.
Fuck. I just gotta not roll dice for the rest of the scene. Just not roll them at all.
Oh, all of the stuff that Alex had been telling you about Thin Bloods, and all the warning signs, and all of the things that you've been kind of rolling around and mulling about in your head. You could just drink her. What harm would there be?
I can't.
What harm would there be? There'd be no drawbacks. There'd be only the plus sides. And she'd be a leak that's out of the way.
No.
She would disappear and no one would need to know.
Work like that.
Oh, I'm hungry though. What would that vitae taste like? Would it be human-like? Would it be kindred-like?
I don't deserve that! She just says that out loud.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry.
Are you alright?
Okay. It's still 6. That's still 6 successes. I just want to make a point.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, what she does is she kneels down in front of you, and she kind of cups your hand, your face into her hands. I understand you. She kind of looks into your eyes as she's saying this to you, and maybe there's some kind of connection. Something familiar about the sort of way that she is looking at you. She's looking at you like she's one of your kind. Like she understands how bad it can be. Because she's seen it before. She's not scared of you. She's instead trying to calm you.
I don't deserve it. And I just want to do right. I'm so... she just pulls Madam in and she hugs her.
And she hugs you in return, starts petting your hair.
It's just like Anna's just trembling in her arms. Just trembling.
It's all right. You can let it out.
I don't want to be a monster. I just want to do what's right. I don't deserve the blood. I don't deserve it. Take it from me. I don't deserve it.
She just continues to pet your hair. And she stays there with you as long as you need her to. Drake, what are you doing as you're witnessing this?
Just public freakout.
Only public, depending on who you end up asking, darling. Drake's observing, more than anything. Combination of the conversation, all that, but upon Anna's cries, probably is right behind Madame. Because Anna's right. He doesn't deserve the blood. Never has. But if that thin blood thinks that they can end up deciding to elevate themselves, even to a Malkavian standing, by this offer, whether Anna knows that's what she's making or not, well, Kane may not be here, but sometimes you gotta make the best what you can. The sad truth of it is that I am observing this as a Malkavian starts to descend madness in this suicidal pact. Maybe there's a part of Shriek that wants to reach out, but stays on the job. Maybe this is exactly what needs to be done. Such terrible ideas my brain has on occasion. But then again, unlike Anna, I'm a terrible person.
She just continues to hold you, Anna. She doesn't make any move to try and harm you.
And Anna, still just bawling her eyes out. There is VtM everywhere. I'm trying for something here, Coffee.
What are you trying to coax out of Madame?
She needs to feed. And she said it herself. She was happier when she had a master.
It's very tempting. Very tempting.
And
I think she needs to roll for it.
That's fair.
I think she needs to insight check you.
Also comes down to Anna. Just part of her thing is she needs to get hungrier by 2 dots, otherwise she's just boned.
Yep. So she needs, in order to see through your ruse, she needs 6 successes.
Good luck.
And she has a specialty for that. Oh, hang on. There was something checked off that I forgot to uncheck.
Oops.
There we go. Oh, hey, there's 4.
4 is decent.
4 is decent.
Is she gonna willpower it?
Yeah, I think she will. She needs to know what you're up to. She's not sure. She's not sure if. And just to be clear, the tears are in fact real. Anna is indeed feeling this self-loathing.
Yeah, she's having a whole meltdown. Like, she's got 2 compulsions and derangement running. Like, what do you think? She's having a hard time.
And that is what she's reading. That is what she's reading. That your emotions are genuine. That you're suffering from some kind of break, as is something that she has seen before in a Malkavian. So she understands what you're going through right now, whether directly or not. And she just kind of looks at you. Why do you think you don't deserve it? What could possibly be so terrible for you?
I can't stay in control. Please get it out of me.
I can't help you. Not in the way you want me to. I won't take it from you.
Please. Please. I'll fix it. I'll fix everything. I'll do anything. Just please make it stop.
I know what it'll do to me. Is that what you want?
I don't know.
You don't need a mindless slave. What you need is a friend.
What?
Oh,
What's Shriek doing? What?
Sheik is insight checking that.
What?
This whole interaction at this point.
He's like, what the fuck is going on?
Shriek's more concerned on if Anna has a death wish, that's a liability we need to worry about. If Madame is using this as a point of manipulation against Anna, then we need to be observant.
Okay. Well,
Uh,
Anna is genuinely in her emotions right now.
Yeah, just she's like, woo.
Does Shriek read from Anna that she has a death wish?
Were you asking?
I'm asking you.
Oh, me? Okay.
He got 5 successes, so.
It's not that Anna has a death wish. It's that Anna has an incessant need to be punished. She's ashamed.
Does Anna want a Dommy Mommy?
This is a weird angle, isn't it? But given everything that is that Shriek can visually tell from Anna, how she has managed this, how she does manage this, is she definitely, like, obviously she starved herself in life. The freebie here is that who's to say she doesn't try to starve herself in death? Like, that's kind of a given, but that's her usual method, and her asking Madame is her trying to literally get rid of the Vitae. Her asking Madame to drink is her trying to get rid of the Vitae, first and foremost. That's her real goal here.
And what Madame is trying to do is resist the urge, be as hungry as she might be, however hungry you think she might be, to, one, become the puppet of another Malkavian, two, resist the urge to feed in general, and for three, try to be someone that Anna needs, not what Anna wants.
Oh, she's very sweet. Madame!
Because this is a decision that Anna is making in the height of an emotion, and her BDSM etiquette would tell her this is not the state to make a negotiation in. So, what do y'all do?
Well, Anna is going to respond to Madame. She holds Madame's hands, tries to compose herself.
It'll pass.
I'm scared.
I know. It'll pass. As all things do.
I don't want you to die. I don't, fuck, I don't want anyone to turn to dust because of this.
Will you know what I know? For me to better help you, I need to know what you know. I've avoided them this long.
I can't even roll any decent dice. It's all you, Shriek. Anna can still, I think, can Anna still see Shriek with Sense the Unseen?
I don't know that we've established that you can see Shriek. Shriek, roll your obfuscation roll. Because I believe Anna had 4 successes on her Sense the Unseen. That's the number to beat. If you don't want her to see you. Or you can purposefully fail if you want her to see you.
Oops. There we go. She can see me.
She can see you.
Damn. I'm very dependent on your like hand signals, like cut the shit.
If anything,
Anna can see you. Madame cannot.
If anything, what you would end up seeing is that he's standing behind Madame. So he can see you. You can see him. Though, when you end up gaining that, you end up noticing that his eyes are focused on Madame, focused on her neck. And maybe you end up seeing that his fists are clenched, trying to hold it together at this point. There's something inside him that's in a bit of a rage right now. Or maybe it's the idea that he just ended up watching you completely break down, and in doing so, offered up your own blood. And maybe it's the idea that Madame might take that opportunity and try and drain you dry, believing that they're alone right now. And that idea might be playing in his head quite a bit right now. One thing's clear. He's taxed, shall we say, observing this. And maybe, Anna, you can understand it. Because he's watching a moment between two people. You being able to outreach, to be comforted. See Madame able to be open with you, at least to the best of your knowledge. And what is Shriek's role in all of this? As usual, a fly on the wall, an observer,
The cameraman.
but he observes. He lets you know if you make eye contact, making it clear you can see him. He nods to you. A reminder that you're not alone in here. You might feel it. But all it takes is one moment. And he can be on her immediately.
A plan.
A plan.
We have a plan. And I feel wrong about it. But I needed to ask you if you could be in on it. Because we know that you're being followed. And we need a way to draw out more information. And I can't think of anyone who would be better at that than you. And I feel terrible about it because that's putting you out in the open about everything. That puts you on so directly the line of fire.
But if not me, who else? And that's the question, right? Who better?
Yeah.
Who knows what they're like? Me. Who's dealt with them before? Who's seen what they're capable of? Who might be able to pluck information out other than a seductress?
And I don't know right now how I can do this that will protect you. I know I can claim Primogen. I can claim that you are protected by domain. A right of that title.
But I'm just a thin blood.
It's not right.
I will do my part for the Camarilla. Because I don't want to see you get hurt.
I don't deserve it.
Nothing about this is about what you deserve. According to them, we all deserve fire. Even those of us who are very human-like. But they are a threat to you. And as a thin blood of Arlington, paying respect to my Primogen, I will do as you ask. For the city.
Then it's Anna. Do what I can to help you. Anything to save you.
I'm no different than any other. I promise you that.
Neither am I.
Just another Malkavian, huh?
Just way over their heads. Way in over their head.
It'll be alright. It'll pass. Everything moves on. Perhaps when you're in a clearer head, we should talk more.
Okay. Madame,
Yes.
if you're hungry,
I can
seek
fend for
me out.
myself.
I want you to ask me for help when you need it. I don't mind inconvenience.
It's far more dangerous for you to go off on a tear than it is for me to be that hungry. I won't let you.
Okay.
You said so yourself earlier. I will go and take care of that myself. We'll talk again soon.
So,
And we'll put that
Please.
plan of yours in motion. She gives you a few more pats on your head for a little bit more, and then gets up from the seat that she's taken on the floor with you.
soon, Madame. Please.
Of course. And she goes to walk out of the theater, using the same exit as she did when she entered.
Rick follows long enough. See if anybody picks her up. Any black vans waiting outside. Just long enough to know where she's going.
Nope. She gets in her own car, which she parked a block or two away from this place.
I keep in mind the license plate. Look that up later. And I head back to Anna.
When Shriek returns, Anna's gonna be gone because I also used Unseen Passage.
Where are you going?
Fuck! I didn't get hungrier. I'm going to go get hungrier so that I can also feed.
Okay.
This is this binge purge mentality, alright? We're in the horrible cycle.
Well, you see an empty theater when you return, Shriek.
Well, ain't that just all fun and games? Well, got the show. Where's dinner? I start to walk out. Walk a little ways before I drop off Escape. Probably top of a roof or something. Something that gives me an overview of the area.
Yeah, good
Place
vantage
to
point.
watch. Does Anna deserve this? Ain't that just a question? Well. Who does? Really? Look out. though I'm looking out for black vans, but really I'm just lost in my own head. The instability of Malkavian, and that's just a thing to witness. I feel further behind than I ever have. But I got other things to do. And if our Malkavian decided to bail, well, not much I can do about that now, is there? Better start leaving before I start infesting the place. Grabs a brick from the rooftop and just hucks it as far as he can.
Elsewhere
He's gone.
in the city, there's a body. Freshly ripped apart. A heart missing. And a silhouette walking down the road as if they don't have a care in the world. And that is where we're going to leave this session for tonight.
Holy shit. Ah,
I'm
foreshadowing.
Holy shit! Oh my god! A fucking scene with Anna. Oh my
That
god!
was a lot.
Ah!
So we're gonna take a few minutes for a quick break, kind of come down from that a little bit, and we'll do all of the experience stuff when we come back. So be right back, everybody. All
Oh,
right.
I did. I just realized I never turned my camera back on.
Oh, hi.
I went to go to the bathroom and I forgot to turn it back on when I got back.
Yep. Welcome back, everybody.
Oops.
It's all good. It's all good.
Professional quality here, y'all.
Oh yes, professional streamers.
Oh, God.
Yes. Yes. How dare says Raven. But thank you guys all so much for watching. Those of you in the audience, and thanks to my players for being fantastic cast members. Spectre being able to cry on command. God damn.
I missed my calling. Should have gotten into acting when I had the chance.
Hey, you got the opportunity on this stream, baby.
I'm afraid to cry. I might feel things.
I will do so to you one day. One day I'll get the knife real good. But yeah, that does it for us here with the Blood and Iron casting cruise. So yeah, let's get some experience going for our coterie members, because I don't think we have any stains to issue, and I don't think we have. And if you have recovered some willpower, feel free to do so. But yeah, the poll for the audience favorite amongst tonight's cast is up for all 4 of our cast members, but we must deliberate about what we feel as cast members, you all particularly, about
There were stains, by
roleplay
the way.
prompts. Was there?
Yeah, from Anna's blood tears, probably all over Madame's shirt and
Hey,
all over her shirt. And...
hey, Lamau.
Actually, there is one that I wanted to maybe check in and rat on myself about.
Oh, okay.
Staying for my own conviction. Discipline is perfection. Stay in control of yourself.
Ooh, she did lose a little bit of emotional control.
She
Just
fucking
lost her shit.
I'll do the one stain.
one stain. Could this be it?
Could this be it? Is she gonna be
Could
humanity
this be
7?
it? Roll remorse.
Roll it.
A whole 1 remorse dice. Plonk.
Plunk. Humanity 7.
Oh my god!
She
It happened.
She doesn't feel bad about the fact that she cried and lost
She
it.
cried her humanity out.
That's.
It's a means to an end.
It's
It's a means to an end.
I had to pull the tears in order to manipulate Madame. No,
I don't really feel bad about it at all.
Humanity 7, what's that like?
Mr. starts at humanity
bored.
6.
Well,
yes,
congratulations. I caught up with the rest of you.
Yes. It's okay. It's okay, Anna.
She won't let it happen again.
Nope. But you all get an experience for showing up today.
Woo!
Whoa! Now let's talk about what the best scene in today's plot, and what the best line was for today. So who moved our plot the furthest?
Ooh, Alex. I would have to agree.
What do you think, fat guy?
I'll go with him.
All right. Alex it is.
Unanimous.
I will accept that.
Best scene.
I don't know. I think Anna. Who are we even going to try to... I mean, come on.
Oh. I'll take it. I cried real tears, not just blood tears.
Hey, Lamau.
Not an argument for me. I would say best scene is Anna.
Unanimous and Anna. Best
Unanimous.
line. Unanimous.
That was
That
dumb.
was a tough
Alright.
one. But,
It's Anna. I don't deserve this.
It's very heart-wrenching, especially because she was crying.
It was. It was.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. That kind of beats. I was going to say mine when he was just straight up asked Alex, "Do I scare you?" And like he's being very truthful and like didn't know what to make of things. But I think Anna is like that whole thing. It was a lot.
There are two contenders I want to make a point about. One contender was Kane being like, so I like definitely describing the symptoms of losing humanity, and Alex being like, ah yes, definitely losing humanity. You think you're scary? You should lean into it. Lean into the monster. It's fine, brother. Like that.
That's
I
definitely not
understand
going
the
to come back to
context.
bite anybody in the ass.
No.
By the way.
Yeah.
Kane himself will
Giving-
bite them in the ass instead.
Yeah. Oh. Nah.
I understand the context. It's just I can also foresee the effect. And another strong contender in my brain was Shriek having that little monologue, like the interim of his thoughts when he and Anna made eye contact in between everything.
Mm.
And just hearing how some of his anger comes from just watching. Just watching.
I really
I
loved
don't
that
ever
as well.
get. Yeah, the whole feeling of like I never get to have this. Fuck everything.
Also, Anna, you're the audience favorite for today.
They like me. They really like me.
All of 2 votes. 100% of the people. Out of
Ouch.
20. Bro. But
Thank you.
that best line, are we? Who we doing?
I gave my contenders.
I kind of really loved that monologue with Shriek.
Yeah, I'll go with Shriek.
All right, Shriek gets it.
Take it away.
Get it away.
I'm not sure how, but okay.
The people have spoken.
It's everything about the high emotions, and
It was
then
purely
just
not
that.
political at all, Derek. I don't want you to read anything into why I voted for you.
It's absolutely political. You owe a boon later.
I don't actually enforce all of that shit. That's on you guys.
Maybe we should start doing that. Maybe.
That's on you,
Look,
not
I
on
kind
me.
of
I am just the host here.
I kind of love that we had this momentary breakdown pretty much right after we had that very humanizing pair of moments between Anna and Alex, and then Kane and Alex with the cup of tea. I just loved that.
Cup of tea.
It kind of threw a bit of
Now the
contrast.
question is, what kind of tea? Because you did not specify.
It's probably some kind of herbal blend. I'm gonna say jasmine.
Jasmine.
I'm a fan of black
Man.
teas myself, like Earl Grey. I love Earl Grey. It's so good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but some people reckon Earl Grey tastes like perfume.
Well, that's because it's bergamot, which kind of is perfume. I mean, not gonna lie. Some
Yeah, I'm
milk
a
and
fan,
sugar makes
so.
it perfect. But
Ugh. Lemon.
ugh,
Lemon.
ugh. Why would you put lemon in Earl Grey?
Milky and Earl Grey. What are you doing?
I've had it like that
like it
because
that
that's
way.
the way my mom makes tea. It's not bad, but I prefer it with just sugar.
Nope.
A little
Nope.
bit of sugar.
My internal Englishman is screaming.
Remember, we're American. Like,
Even
we
putting milk in
bastardize
tea in
everything. We're
general
going
is
to
not a
ruin
very
everything
American.
you love.
Yeah.
It's just milk and Earl Grey in particular.
It's good.
No, it is not.
Look, this is why I
It may
drink
not
coffee.
be proper, but it doesn't taste bad.
This
But
is why
like
I
I said,
drink
I prefer
coffee.
it.
You're either a snob or you're not a snob, and that's the end of the discussion.
And
Well, I'm
I
the same way with coffee though. I like black with a little bit of sugar. So
am
I
the
love you
coffee
guys that you
cat.
could send me.
I am the coffee cat. I am a coffee snob. That being said, I drink it all frou-frou. Thank you. Caramel creamer and sugar. Hell yeah.
no, between the fire department and hunting, I have like learned to like I used to like only drink it with like cream or something in it. Then you just don't have that shit, and you drink it black, and you get used to it, and you realize, oh, this actually tastes pretty good,
Oh, that's so...
and it wakes me up.
No. No, because there's some... I'm gonna get a little bit contentious with my coffee takes here, but some of the store-bought stuff that you get, you can't drink black because that tastes like chemicals.
You mean instant coffee in general?
That too.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that's to each their own. I will drink mine the way I like it. You drink yours the way you like it, and we are not going to argue about it. It's fine.
I'm still here, kind of internally
Well,
at milk and Earl Grey.
Raven takes her tea with honey, and that's just
Actually, no, that's quite nice.
No, that's gross.
That's nice.
No, because honey is gross.
Depends on the tea.
Honey is gross.
Depends on the tea.
Earl Grey with honey and lemon is really nice. Do you just not like honey?
No.
Is that what this is?
I hate honey.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I don't
okay.
like honey and Earl Grey because it changes the flavor too much. So
That's the point in adding like honey is
that
to change the flavor.
Well, it doesn't taste like Earl Grey. It tastes like honey water.
We can go on for hours about this kind of thing, but we really should be wrapping up the stream. So let's find somebody to raid and be on our merry way.
We will argue off stream instead of having an audience.
I mean, there's nothing else of content here, so.
I feel like tea is gonna end up being the new Monopoly.
No. Well,
no.
Let's go raid somebody. I'm gonna find somebody to raid, and we are going to be back tomorrow with some Rebirth in detail, and back next week with more of the lovely Dead Man's Hand. So, say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
Okay. Be more scary. I got it.
You're welcome.